都值得留喺議會。我相信議會嘅分工咧，就正如抗爭一樣，唔同崗位有唔同嘅作用。有人咬文嚼字，有人去指正呢個局勢。
好，時間到啦。跟住咧，預訊嘅時間有3分鐘。
好，咁嚟緊嘅問題咧，想問下涂謹申嘅。都知道你其實你做議員嘅時候，我都未出世。咁對於你一啲嘅努力，我哋係見到。都頭先嘅問題咧，都想講翻就係、我都對於你議會入邊嘅一啲嘅經驗咧，都覺得好珍貴、好寶貴嘅。但我可以諗緊，其實而家喺超區形勢嚟講嘅話咧，我見到嘅席嘅超區3席都係民主陣營嘅票啦。咁其中2席係民主黨喎。咁你會唔會覺得，如果超區入邊呢個嘅議席能夠由唔同多黨派嘅人拉翻副個光譜去做嘅時候，咁市民就
其實個答案好簡單。如果我哋有35+，而最後冇1個或者2後生嘅當選，咁我覺得呢個咧，即係死都唔掂。我寧願我唔當選。我真係坦白講。但係個問題就係、我哋點樣可以能夠攞到最大嘅票咧？其實好簡單嘅啫，就係、市民最緊要初選出唔出嚟投票咧，就決定我哋5個邊個篩走1個。但係最緊要咧就係、真係投，一定要發癲咁出嚟投，先至嗰個保證嗰個我哋4個人入咗閘嘅4個人，希望得啦，有一個平均嘅分配，能夠盡量咧係攞到3席或者4席，呢、個先係最大嘅目標。
我自己覺得即係議會入邊有唔同嘅聲音同立場嘅代議士咧，都係比較重要。而我都知道其實阿涂你都係九西出身啦，咁可能咧你落翻九西去選去取代黃碧雲，咁可能係一個轉機嚟嘅。咁咧，我想問下黃柏宇嘅。咁就住，因為我同你即係我聽啱你講嘅理念，我都好即係我都知道我哋大家都好重視即係抗爭嘅意志。咁我亦都比較更加重視嘅係，我哋抗爭有冇後續力咧？即係對於如果喺社會動盪之後，我哋見到社區上邊青少年情緒出現問題、家庭破裂，呢個喺政策上面仲未有適當嘅資源咧去針對嘅，不斷咁樣要去抗爭，要去做好多嘅行動嘅時候咧，其實我哋個內耗咧亦都係好嚴重。所以我問黃柏宇其實有啲咩意見咧？對於去令到我哋嘅抗爭後續力，或者我哋社會入邊抗爭嘅空間，如果你做咗立法會議員之後咧，你能夠點樣幫到抗爭嘅運動入邊咧？
好簡單。其實作為一個抗爭嘅人士，如果有議席、有地位、有身份、有資源，一定係分翻俾自己嘅朋友、自己嘅同路人，去幫助更加多嘅同路人。
即係你會將薪津分俾你嘅同路人，係咪啊？
冇需要質疑啊！呢樣嘢係會。
好，跟住到岑敖暉。
係有幾個好簡單問題想問下俊宇。第一個咧係我想問下，其實喺國安法加埋 DQ 陰霾底下咧，其實不論係涂謹申個案嘅表現，或者係郭榮鏗今年其實都係有機會觸犯國安法。我想問你同唔同意？
當然同意啦，當然同意啦，因為的而且確而家嗰個狀態係，我哋都唔知呢個論壇出街嘅第2日發生咩事。
冇錯。咁我想問，就算喺呢一個9月嘅選舉，我哋係真係奇蹟地做到喺呢個國安法面前底下，就算民主派可以獲得議會嘅過半數，大家可能講嘅否決會發生到，你同唔同意？因為根本佢就唔會攞上嚟俾你傾，佢因為佢係唔主導嘅議會。我想問你同唔同意？
未試過，唔知得唔得？
喺一個正常嘅判斷底下，我想問下鄺俊宇認唔認為35+係可以令到5大訴求行前一步？
如果你用一步嘅話咧，我相信呢個係距離我哋目標更近。
我唔同意大家對於未來嘅想像。第一，今次嘅議會嘅選舉，就算香港人大勝，係可以令到香港變得更加好。第二係面對一啲制度嘅警察通例嘅漏洞，或者黑警濫權，我唔認為35+之後我哋有機會做得到。再重申一次，35+係要為香港人創造一個破局嘅機會，都係會非常之同意呢一個嘅取態。咁所以問下黃柏宇，其實喺過去呢屆嘅論壇，有唔少嘅現任嘅議員，包括可能民主黨嘅議員，都係會講過喺某一啲嘅情況底下，我哋係會要支持政府嘅議案，因為佢係幫到人，甚至鄺仔啱啱曾經講過，我哋係藍絲都係要照顧。我想問你同唔同意呢一種議會抗爭？
呢種咁樣妥協嘅抗爭手法，我完全唔同意。點解呢？好簡單，如果你哋話35+要拉到財政預算案嘅，啲關鍵時刻要扭軚，要見風使舵， 其次就係話，如果政府中共一路用呢種派糖，然之後鞭你兩下嘅方法，就可以接受咧？我喺呢度好大聲咁樣講，我哋唔會接受，就係咁。
我最後想問下李宇順，你好關心咧社工嘅角色或者係警察通例嘅問題。呢一個議會咧，其實未必處理到警察嘅問題。咁今次呢一條議會戰線對於你嚟講最重大意義係啲乜嘢？
其實立法會議員嘅身份咧，除咗喺議會入邊發揮作用，亦都喺街頭上發揮作用。但係當我哋去到嗰一個位嘅時候，如果政權要打我哋，佢一定要展露自己最醜惡嘅姿態去打壓呢個立法會，唔跟以往一啲嘅規範去做呢件事。
好，時間到啦，時間到。好，跟住到黃伯宇3分鐘時間。
多主持。咁即係同礦仔一場同事啦，咁但係都好少有啲問題。咁簡單問一樣，就係你記唔記得民主黨黨綱第3條係咩啊？
唔記得。
唔記得問題，我哋問一問涂謹申啦。第3條係乜嘢？你記唔記得？
對唔住，我冇背嘅。
好，唔緊要。我覺得大家要知道嘅呢條就係話，民主黨黨綱第3條，我們關心中國，作為中國人民的一份子，香港人有權利及責任去參與及評議國家事務。我問完之後，我想帶出係咩呢？如果香港人係需要自己嘅權利責任去參與及評議國，點解係需要係中國一份子呢？呢一樣係我哋香港人天，我哋嘅言論自由、人權自由。跟住我會再問多一次涂謹申，如果民主黨孭住呢一個咁樣嘅包袱，你又可以如何確保點樣喺未來香港嘅抗爭，當中國政府要求你哋民主黨去手足嘅時候，你會點樣取決呢？你會跟住你嘅黨綱去關心中國啊，定係關心我哋香港人、我哋嘅手足呢？
我唔同意呢個係包袱。作為中國人咧，我哋係應該可以評議中共佢點樣治國做得唔好嘅。而家正係佢用威權嚟到壓住我哋，唔能夠去批評啫嘛，仍然會繼續批評。呢個唔係包袱，
明白。
對唔住，你話我大中華膠都好，我係中華人，我覺得係中共做得唔好嘅，就一定要鞭策佢，一定要反抗，一定要令到佢做得更好。
已經見到
呢個係10幾年嘅問題嚟㗎。
2020點解我哋都見到一啲以往可能嘅前輩都作出佢哋心態嘅改變，但係今日我哋見到涂謹申放低呢個包袱。咁我又再問一問阿信啦，李宇順你好。咁你作為一個公民黨黨員啦，咁其實你點睇國安法出嚟之後，法治係咪死咗咧？因為國安法而家係任佢講法治咧。
我必須好鄭重咁講，喺國安法底下，香港已經冇法治可言。所以但係個問題係，如果你話死咗定唔死，呢個問題會引導我哋去諗嘅，我哋係咪要放棄對法治嘅追求？我會即刻話一定唔係。我哋香港係需要法治。
正如其他選區候選人都有講過，法治意識係必須承認嘅現實，承認現實，我哋先可以作出改變。你認為你自己都係一位最頑強、最堅定抗爭嘅抗爭派咧？
俾翻啲時間答。
我冇時間，唔好意思。
最後請鄺俊宇。
各位咧，就係我哋初選嘅最後一場論壇，既要俾大家知道我哋透過政策同埋我哋嘅立場辯論，最重要一樣嘢，我覺得俾香港人一個希望，呢個係真嘅，我無力感。但係的而且確，我哋而家亦都係用緊唔同嘅戰線喺眼前初選係議會戰線。對我嚟講，無論係35+定35減，我哋都要盡我哋最大能力去保護香港，去令我哋嘅基層、令我哋嘅老百姓過好。有時間呢，其實我係想分啲時間俾我哋3位嘅年輕朋友逐個問啦。不如我哋問阿信先。阿信嗱，無論35+定35減，一個議員嘅天職就係要議事，起碼要保護我哋嘅人民。你願唔願意入到議會去做各項嗰啲嘅社會福利政策？聽落係好悶嘅，但係幫助基層市民呢？
當然願意。我作為社工，對於社福政策最大嘅一個流弊，我覺得係毀滅咗好多社工嘅夢想，係對於好多嘅社福界嘅機構先出現矛盾。呢個係一定要喺議會入邊繼續去跟進。而當然，我作為市民嘅福祉，一定係要我哋去捍衛，唔係政府自己去嘅福祉，唔係好似執住區議會條例，佢自己話乜嘢係福祉先至傾得嘅話，
我會人俾50秒。岑敖暉，嗱，你係抗爭派，我好尊重。抗爭派、本土派都係我朋友。我想問你點樣能夠去 能夠凝聚抗爭派嘅朋友，令大家相信你嗰套方法係 work 嘅。
我希望今次嘅初選入邊或者選舉入邊宣傳，但係唔係現任或者係原有政黨嘅就係妥協派，呢一個唔係我意思。我好希望香港人可以喺初選入邊作出嘅決定就係9月唔係選出我哋未來代議士辯論政策嘅一場選舉，而係關乎香港人喺國安法底下如何回應一國一制，如何回應。我認為喺議會戰線上面，抗爭派係唯一嘅出路。
嗱，講定你聽先啦，不妥協問埋超區坦克車黃伯宇。
係。
問你咩好咧？死啦！因為大家元朗同事咧，因為其實黃伯宇好實幹啊，各位，佢係喺一個紅區，大家知道佢好努力。我唔係叫嗰啲唔係叫屢敗屢戰，跌低邊度起翻身嘅。我想問問喺你眼前本土派嘅朋友，即係而家大家面對咁大，點能夠提出希望俾香港人？
咧好簡單嘅啫，就係香港人要贏。我哋本土派一路都講真，捍衛香港人嘅價值，捍衛香港人嘅文化。捍衛之後，我哋要做嘅就係喺香港入邊爭取翻我哋應得嘅嘢。我哋嘅希望在於我哋自己嘅選擇，所以都希望大家喺嚟緊嘅初選咧，投票支持每一區嘅本土派候選人。你有得揀就揀。
法官大人，
多謝大家。咁嗱，我哋嘅論壇咧，亦都去到最後一個環節啦。咁呢個環節咧就係總結嘅時間。嗱，每位參選人咧係有10秒嘅。最咧，我哋就調翻轉頭啦。咁今次咧就係鄺俊宇先㗎。
各位，我哋將希望交託俾一個人，交託俾每一位香港人。我係鄺俊宇，香港人一齊上。
好，跟住落嚟係黃伯宇。
我係黃伯宇。2020年本土派將會成為主流，帶領我哋繼續抗爭，邁向唯一出路。希望大家之後都可以繼續支持本土派候選人。多謝。
跟住請岑敖暉。
各位香港人，國安法底下人人自危，恐懼係好正常。但係我希望各位香港人記一息尚存，抗爭到底，狹路相逢勇者勝。
跟住係李宇信。
不過係我從政嘅起點，對抗恐懼係我嘅初衷。香港人頂住，我哋一定要一齊贏，五打一不可。我係公民黨李宇信。
跟住係涂謹申。
我係涂謹申，我值得你支持，因為我有請你投我一票。
好，最後咧就係我哋嘅總結時間亦都完啦。咁多謝5位參選人參加呢個論壇，而我哋6場嘅初選論壇咧亦都結束。嗱，大家如果想重溫翻之前5場選嘅論壇咧，係可以去翻《蘋果日報》、立場新聞或者係城寨嘅網站去重溫㗎。好啦，咁到最後啦，再提大家就係民主派嘅初選咧，就會喺7月11同12號舉行，即係嚟緊嘅星住最新嘅公佈點樣去投票，去邊度投票啦。
Never believe everything he reads in the newspapers, especially around the time of an integrated review. Look, we in the United Kingdom believe, as the motto of Sandhurst, that you serve to lead. You lead by contributing and giving, which we have done over the history of NATO. Our contribution, we are the biggest contributor to NATO in Europe. We are the provider of NATO nuclear defence in Europe, and we will continue to be a main leader in NATO, and that is how we believe you see off the threats you face from the likes of Russia.
Richard Holden. Please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Armoured tracked vehicles remain at the core of Defence's high-intensity warfighting capability, and ongoing demand is evidenced in the Army's investment in new, fully digitised Jax vehicles.
Richard Holden. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Cook Defence up in my constituency make the tracks for all the Army's fighting vehicles and increasingly for fighting vehicles overseas. Would the Minister visit with me to see Cook Defence Systems in Stanhope and to see what export opportunities, in addition to their work with the British Army, achieved?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the invitation. I'm in fact speaking to North East defence companies on a call next week. Our ability to make physical visits to companies is clearly restrained by COVID, but as soon as my diary allows, I would be delighted to visit Cook Defence Systems in person.
Andy Chamberlain.
Speaker, question 27.
Thank you, Mr. This is forecast to spend £5.58 million on official development assistance in 2020.
Andy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in April, the International Development Secretary commented that there should be regular reviews that ministerial different departments are doing with their ODA. In light of the merger between DFID and the FCO, can the Minister set out what conversations he's had with the Foreign Secretary about ensuring that any ODA programming from his or other departments is transparent and subject to scrutiny?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She's exactly right. Development and security sit hand in hand. Knowing that there is a review ongoing, we're looking at exactly where development activity is absolutely essential to the security function that our armed forces are seeking overseas, and we'll be making the case for that spend to remain unchanged.
A substantive question to Secretary of State. Secretary of State.
Top one, 28.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The Government is currently conducting work on defence and security industrial strategy to identify the steps we should take to ensure competitive, innovative and world-class industrial base. I will use this opportunity to ensure that, as well as delivering the best capabilities to the UK Armed Forces, we are driving investment, employment and prosperity across the whole of the United Kingdom.
Let's head to Ludlow with Philip Dunn. Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear my right honourable friend's commitment to the defence industry in that answer. Investment by defence in innovation so often stimulates dual-use commercial opportunities. Prime Minister is clear he wants the UK to be a science superpower. Will the defence industrial strategy make that a great place to start would be to double investment in defence innovation?
My right honourable friend is right to highlight that defence procurement and innovation should be linked and should link into prosperity and alternatives using that technology to enhance prosperity across the United Kingdom. During the financial year of 18-19, the Defence invested £1.65 billion in R&D, and this included £580 million spent on cutting-edge SNT. Without trying to preempt the integrated, it is absolutely clear at the heart of it will be innovation, but also a recognition is what our taxpayers, local and UK, is what our taxpayers should expect.
Sally Onhart.
29, please, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer questions 29 and 30. Defence has rigorous ongoing processes to assure test and develop the capabilities and force structure that we have to ensure they are robust against current and future threats. During the integrated review, the Department is focused on reassessing our plans to ensure that we are delivering the right capability to keep the country safe now and in the decades to come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK has some of the most elite and specialist armed forces in the world. Bearing in mind that the UK cannot compete with in terms of numbers compared to, say, China or Russia, what steps is my right honourable friend forces are properly funded to ensure the very best people are recruited and the very best training, skills and equipment are maintained?
We have the funds and plans in place to make sure that our armed forces are indeed playing to their strengths. That in the likes of the Future Combat Air Systems Technology Initiative and investment in nuclear submarines and cyber technology to make sure we're fighting the battle for tomorrow.
Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the work on the review of our foreign policy and national security, the largest of its kind, has been paused during this pandemic, will my right honourable friend assure me that when it resumes, he will continue to ensure that we're our thinking around threat at every stage of the review?
My honourable friend is right. It was slowed down. It wasn't entirely paused during the COVID endemic, but also within Ministry of Defence we continued to work on it. That's why last week I gathered the chiefs of all the services together and the head of Defence Intelligence to first of all about the threat and the doctrine of our adversaries, and then on those chiefs are going to deliver a solution to that. That's my start point for the integrated view. It isn't the budget, it isn't bureaucracy, it is the start point of how we are going to meet the threat and the demands on our forces. Make sure we give the men and women of those armed forces the best equipment, the best capability that they deserve.
Malcolm MacDonald, SNP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I also send the best wishes of the SNP to the Veterans Minister on the birth of his new child? The Secretary to outline to the House what assessment the MOD has made of the threat picture in the Arctic, the High North and the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap, and what capability he thinks will be needed to meet those future threats.
I fear, Mr. Speaker, I have only a few seconds to answer that question. I'm very happy to meet with him to explore the last part of his question, because it is significant, and indeed we are working on to reveal just that and how we're going to meet it. He is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, that the number of nations, Russia, indeed even China, are very keen on what they're going to do in the and the danger there is that both the environment is damaged, but also that we end up against traditional geographical rivalries that could tip conflict in that direction.
Malcolm MacDonald.
The Secretary is absolutely right in what he says, and I'll be clear, I want him to get the review that's taking place right and get the capability right. But I am concerned, following what I think might have been the Tower of London away day that himself and other defence officials had, that there's going to be a pivot to the Eastern Pacific, which is again going to leave us weaker in an area closer to home where the threat picture is growing and bad actors and the activity of bad actors is certainly increasing. So can he assure us that we won't be spread so thinly as to be sent abroad, far abroad, where we leave our own defences closer to home, wanting?
The honourable member asks a really logical and proper question. We will not abandon one threat to meet another threat. That I can assure him. We work incredibly hard with our Scandinavian and Nordic colleagues, some in NATO, some not, through the joint regularly exercise, regularly plan, and indeed NATO itself acts in that area. Only recently, a US and a UK naval flotilla went into the Barents Sea, the first time for many, many years, to make sure that we dealt with that growing threat from that side of the Russian flank.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Very pleased, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The defence science and technology is drawing on its unique range of specialist skills to support the COVID response. This includes assistance on testing laboratories, statistical analysis, modelling support, decontamination trials and experiments to understand how the virus survives in the atmosphere and on different surfaces.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you. COVID is sadly just one of the many emerging threats and will yet face as a nation, including other possible pandemics and unconventional warfare such as cyber attacks. Can the Minister assure me that to ensure that, as to whatever challenges the future may yet hold, our defence, science and technology will have the investment and support it needs to remain the envy of the world?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. Through COVID, through its response to the outrageous attack in Salisbury, and in countless other ways, the STL has shown its value to the country, and that's also recognised by our international partners. I can assure the honourable gentleman we will continue to invest to meet the threats of the future.
Jones.
54, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want a relationship with the EU based on friendly cooperation between and equal, centred on free trade. We are developing plans to ensure the critical work of defence continues regardless of nations.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What discussions exactly has the Minister had with counterparts in the EU to discuss how the UK can continue to cooperate with Member States to further our collective security?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole ministerial team talks to our counterparts across Europe regularly, not just in the context of Brexit, but in the context of our bilateral and multilateral cooperations through a whole series of organisations and fora. That work will continue whatever the outcome of the Brexit negotiations, because our military partnerships with friends and colleagues across Europe are of vital importance to the nation.
Final question, Bob Stewart. Number 35, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to ending vexatious claims as quickly as possible. I'm working closely with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland towards this. As set out in the written ministerial statement laid on the 18th, he has committed to bringing forward legacy legislation which will deliver for victims and ensure Northern Ireland veterans are treated fairly as those who served overseas. We will engage with colleagues from across the House as part of this process.
Stewart, Speaker, I rise as someone that's done 7 tours in Northern Ireland and also a member of the Northern Ireland Veterans Association. The Prime Minister, on the 23rd of July last year, in the 1922 committee, promised me that this matter would be a top priority for the government. It was repeated, this promise was repeated in the Conservative manifesto. So I ask my right honourable friend, when will our veterans be treated properly from Northern Ireland?
Look, my right honourable friend, like me, has been a long campaigner. In fact, I went on my first Northern Ireland veterans campaign for just as much in 1998. I have fought for a very long time for veterans of Northern Ireland. As he will be in office, and the Northern Ireland Secretary of State are the lead in this, we have fed into this process. We are already committed to take steps to protect our veterans. At the same time, it may not have missed him, but unfortunately COVID came along, a pandemic that no one predicted last year, and that has somehow certainly changed everything we are doing. It doesn't mean to say that the policy work has not been going on. We will deliver a policy that will get justice for veterans in Northern Ireland.
Topical question number 1, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, the SDSR, the world has changed. Our adversaries have invested more in their armed forces and constantly been updating their doctrine and way of life are real. And therefore, we owe it to the men and women of our armed forces to ensure we have a modern, capable and effective defence able to tackle the threats wherever they present themselves. Only a fool starts the debate with numbers rather than threat. History is littered with generals and governments who kept fighting the last war rather than preparing for the next one. This government is committed to growing defence spending, and it will use that money to ensure we have a 21st century capability, a modern workforce and a defence that matches our global ambition.
Reason for this.
Given the worrying cyber activities of the governments of countries like Russia and Iran, will the Secretary of State ensure that cyber security is at the heart of the forthcoming integrated defence review?
Absolutely. If I think back to the days when I was at Sandhurst and Defence, there were really 3 domains, air, sea and land. Very much a real and new domain that not only must be defended, but we must master. In 2016, the government committed £1.9 billion to the National Cyber Security Strategy. That includes investment in offensive cyber, something that I hope we can announce more details of later in the year.
Secretary of State John Peelman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Secretary of State today in paying full tribute to the military's essential and continuing role in helping the country through this COVID crisis? And in the same spirit, he talked earlier for the integrated review. He's uniquely placed as Defence Secretary and former Security Minister to turn adversary into advantage. So can he use this period now to consult widely within the armed forces, widely with the public industry and experts as well, just as Labour did on the challenges we faced to create a 21st century armed forces? Because that's the way to banish any suspicion this integrated review is driven from not the MOD, or driven by financial pressures, not the best interests of Britain's defence, security, leading place in the world.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I can give the right honourable gentleman the assurance this is not driven by financial pressures. This is first and foremost driven by threat. As former Security Minister, as he rightly references, threat
threat is what should define what we do and how we meet it. That is why, as I said last week, we gathered the chiefs together. It was not a to what was reported. It wasn't a numbers discussion either. It was a discussion about how we meet the threat and how we deliver a future armed forces to match that, taking into account the likes of cyber and many other areas. We're determined to continue to do that. The government stands by its pledge to increase defence spending, and we'll use that money to spend it wisely to make sure that we meet those very threats.
Mr. Speaker, with Scotland being the highest tax part of the United Kingdom, what steps is the UK Government doing to protect our armed forces personnel who might be left out of pocket with any further tax increase?
Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It is unfair that those soldiers, sailors, airmen and women required to live in Scotland should be made to pay more in income tax compared to other military personnel living elsewhere. As promised last year in our Scottish manifesto, we will be announcing soon how we will be continuing to against the effects of these higher Scottish income tax. 7,000 of our service personnel in Scotland.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question from the Shadow Secretary of State, legislation unintended consequences, and I am concerned that the Overseas Operations Bill could result in paying less compensation to service men and women. So will the Minister be publishing the likely impact of this legislation on the annual amount of compensation paid by the MOD?
Secretary of State.
The lady will notice that there'll be an impact assessment published with the bill when it was forwarded to the House, and we're hoping to get this bill sooner rather than later so she can see all those details. Those impact assessments are there. But as my honourable friend said, the Veterans Minister, not the case that these people will be prevented from seeking damages either through tort, the MOD, as opposed to other people, or indeed through other processes, obviously from diagnosis being one of the key dates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have huge respect for my fellow rifleman, the Forces Minister. He mentioned the Russia report, but said it can't be produced because there is no Intelligence Security Committee. Let's have that Intelligence Security Committee. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that scrutiny by Parliament is very important indeed. Mr. Speaker, the Defence Sector is aware, lots of stories about 5G. Clearly there's been a change in approach because of sanctions by the United States. There are many security reasons why high-risk vendors should be removed from the UK's telecoms infrastructure, but there's also political ones as well. Would you not agree with me that it's now time to stand up to a competing geopolitical agenda?
Secretary of State.
To my right honourable friend, firstly on the Intelligence and Security Committee, which is the committee that would publish this report. I gave evidence to that report as a Security Minister. In fact, I've read the report. I wouldn't all hold your breath for the great sensation that you think it will be. However, as he has said, and nobody else has noted, that the RC, when it is formed, will be the body that will release it. I think we're getting to a place where that will come together as a committee, and then you can all read it at your leisure.
Kevin Jones.
Thank you. The RFA Fort Victoria will be supplying our carrier battle group until 2020. Most commentators say that that ship alone is not sufficient to support the carrier group. Can I ask the Secretary of State when he will bring forward procurement of the fleet solid support ships? Because this will not only just be increase in terms of capability for the Royal Navy, but also be a boost to UK PLC, including the supply chain in the north east of England, if that procurement was placed in UK yards.
Secretary of State.
My right honourable colleague, friend, has often campaigned for this on shipbuilding in the UK, and look, he has heard me before on the answers. First of all, I am that this gets underway as soon as possible, and indeed have asked officials to bring it forward from their proposed date. The plus side is that these ships are not highly complex, and I think once the competition happens and it is placed, I don't think it will take a long time. So I don't anticipate a major or a capability gap at all. But he is right. British shipbuilding, British yards produce some of the best ships in the world, and we should support them as best we can and make sure our Navy gets some great British-made kit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend join with me in praising the Army Air Cadets in Clwyd South for their amazing work during the coronavirus crisis in helping the vulnerable, their training and recruitment activities with virtual training, physical training, Welsh Guards and other such initiatives?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to champion the activities of the Armed Forces Cadets and Air Force Cadets in Clwyd South. Amazing to hear of what they've done to support their community during the coronavirus crisis, but also the cadets in his constituency and across the country have done an amazing job through the commitment of their adult volunteers to keep virtual training going throughout the pandemic, which has been hugely valuable to young people across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent Freedom of Information request revealed the Ministry of Defence was found to have wasted almost £9 million on fruitless. That was before it was committed to spending £900,000 on a paint job for the Prime Minister's plane. What steps is the MOD taking to the management of its finances?
Secretary of State. Well, only today the Permanent Secretary and other officials attended the PAC to answer some of those questions, no doubt, in detail. The point to be made is that the MOD spends £41 billion overall, and we make sure where we can that there are men and women of our armed forces, but also on intimate capability, such as in Glasgow buying 2 warships, both the Type 31 up at Rosyth and indeed the Type 26, which I never seem to hear the SNP ever really welcome.
In the last few weeks, we've marked the 75th anniversary of V-Day and the 205th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, just 2 of the many occasions in which Britain has led the fight against tyranny across the world. Labour-run Durham County Council have recently announced a review of all monuments and statues in the county. My Right Honourable Field and Bishop Auckland have joined me in asking that statues and monuments, anyone who fought for Britain, be excluded from this review. Durham County Council have yet to agree to this request. The State join me in writing to Durham County Council and to support our campaign.
Minister.
Speaker, the government will never forget the bravery of all former servicemen and women who serve their country, and it is imperative that we do not forget the sacrifices that were made so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we have today. The Ministry of Defence position is that memorials and statues that honour those who gave their lives should be protected.
Undiagnosed brain injury often leaves a lot of our armed forces personnel with long-term problems in terms of being able to retain memory, being able to work in another environment, whether in service or after they've left the armed forces. Wouldn't the Secretary... It is now time that we screened everybody on their return from overseas work in the armed forces for brain injury, and in particular that we screen them before we leave, don't have those ongoing problems for the rest of their lives. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend, the Minister for Defence, People and Veterans, has got some nappy duties he's had to return to, so I'll reply on his behalf. I know my honourable friend, who campaigns hard on this, especially given his own personal experience, has with my colleague, the Minister for Defence, People and Veterans. Minister Mercer has asked that the MOD-sponsored independent medical expert group continue to report on progress and issues relating to these types of injury. I'm certain that the veterans will want to meet with the honourable gentleman further to discuss the matter.
11 withdrawn, so we go to Alex Davis-Jones.
Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has recently said that the Ministry of Defence's greatest asset was not its tanks or its air people. So will he therefore commit to reversing the cuts that his government has made to the armed forces over the last 10 years?
Secretary of State. Forgive me, but in 2015, we didn't, that was the last time we set the numbers for the armed forces. What we will do is make sure we give those men and women the best equipment, the best kit, the best leadership, and the best purpose for why they're here to defend this nation. That's what we do, and we do it to make sure we meet the threat, not just to start the conversation in numbers, which I know the lady will be desperate to do.
Jonathan Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent Clinical Commissioning Group was awarded a Bronze Award for their commitment to support veterans serving men in the armed forces and their families. Will my honourable friend commit to ensure in Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove and Talk our brave men and women have the same access to education, housing and healthcare as civvies like me?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Our work to support the armed forces community through the Covenant and the Employer Recognition Scheme continues with our partners at a local level across the UK. As set out in the Queen's speech, we will further incorporate the Armed Forces Covenant into law to help prevent any disadvantage faced due to the unique nature of service life.
T14 withdrawn, so we go to Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the worst weather, Walney Island in my constituency of Barrow and Furness splits in two. This risks homes, jobs and our fantastic nature reserves. I know the MOD maybe doesn't put nature reserves at the top of its pile of things to care about, but there is another threat. it risks sifting the channel which BAE uses to push subs out and out into the sea. Across government, can I ask for the MOD's view on it, please?
Minister. Just to reassure my honourable friend, we have 169 triple SIs in the defence estate, and we care very deeply about that and our role as a good champion of conservation. My honourable friend, I know, sits on behalf of the jobs in his constituency, defence jobs in particular. I fully appreciate his concerns on coastal erosion, but I'm happy to reassure him that it's not currently considered a risk to submarine movements, though I'm grateful for his ongoing interest.
In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order.
Are you ready? Are you plugged in? Sir, are you ready? Oh.
We now come to the statement. I call the Foreign Secretary to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I'd like to make a statement on the global human rights sanctions regulations. And as we forge a dynamic new vision for a truly global Britain, this government is absolutely committed to the United Kingdom being an even stronger force for good in the world. On climate change, as we host COP26, as we champion 12 years education for every girl in the world, no matter how poor their background, and on human rights, we will defend media of religious belief, and with the measures that we are enacting and announcing today, hold to account the perpetrators of the worst human rights abuses. Mr. Speaker, I first raised this issue in 2012 in a backbench business debate, and it was a cross-party issue then, will be now, and I recall co-sponsoring it with former Foreign Secretary David Miliband, and I also would like to pay tribute to honourable members across the House. In particular, I don't know whether the but who sponsored the debate back then, and of course the honourable member for Rhondda, who joined me in that initial debate and has been chivying me along ever since, normally from a sedentary position. No. Mr. Speaker, the idea of taking targeted action against human rights violators has received further cross-party backing since then from honourable members on all sides of the House, including 5 former Foreign Secretaries, including the current chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And in 2019, it was in the Conservative Party as a party's manifesto as a clear commitment. So today I am proud that under this Prime Minister and this government, we make good the United Kingdom's first autonomous human rights sanctions regime, which gives us the power to impose sanctions on those involved in the very worst human rights abuses right around the world. Mr. Speaker, these sanctions are a forensic tool. They allow us to target punishing the wider people of a country that may be affected. The regulations will enable us to impose travel bans and asset freezes against those involved in serious human rights violations. They include, first, the right to life threatened by assassination and extrajudicial killing. Second, the right not to be subjected to torture or cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. And third, the right to be free from slavery, servitude or forced or compulsory labour. The powers enable us to target a wider network of perpetrators, including those who facilitate, incite, promote any of these crimes. And this extends beyond state officials to non-state actors as well. So if you're a kleptocrat or an organised criminal, you will not be able to launder your blood money in this country. Mr. Speaker, today this government and this House sends a very clear message on behalf of the British people. Those with blood on their hands, the thugs of despots, the henchmen of dictators, will not be free to waltz into this country, to buy up property on the King's Road, to do their Christmas shopping, or frankly to siphon dirty money through British banks or other functions. Mr. Speaker, the regulations are just the latest next step forward in the long struggle against impunity for the worst human rights violations. And we have deliberately focused on the clearest basis to make sure we can operate the new system as effectively as we possibly can. That said, we will continue to explore expanding this regime to include other human rights, and I can tell the House that we are already considering how a corruption regime could be added to the armoury of legal weapons that we have. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, honourable members will be interested to know I'm looking at the UN Convention Against Corruption and the practice already underway under the frameworks in jurisdictions like the United States and Canada. Mr. Speaker, today we have also published a policy note which sets how we will consider designations under these regulations for maximum transparency. I would expect the legislation will ensure that due process will be followed in relation to those designations, and that will reflect in the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act 2018. In practice, designated will be able to request a minister review the decision. They will be able to challenge the decision in court, and just as a matter of due diligence, the government will review all designations at least once every 3 years. Mr. Speaker, in addition to introducing this new legal regime, today we are also proceeding directly to make the first designations under those regulations. And we're imposing sanctions involved in some of the most notorious human rights violations in recent years. The first designations will cover those individuals involved in the torture and murder of Sergei Magnitsky, the lawyer who is the biggest known tax fraud in Russian history. The designations will also include those responsible for the brutal murder of the writer and journalist Jamal Khashoggi. They will include those who perpetrated the systematic and brutal violence against the Rohingya population in Myanmar. And they also include 2 organisations bearing responsibility for the enslavement, torture and murder that takes place in North Korea's wretched gulags, in which it is estimated that hundreds of thousands of prisoners have perished over the last 50 years. Designations, Mr. Speaker, this government, and I hope this House and this country, makes it crystal clear to those who abuse their power to inflict unimaginable suffering. The other way, you cannot set foot in this country and will seize your blood-drenched, ill-gotten gains if you try. Mr. Speaker, in practice, targeted sanctions are of course most effective when they're done through coordinated collective action. So we'll be working closely with our Five Eyes partners, including in particular the US and Canada, their style sanctions legislation, and Australia, which is considering similar legislation. But we will also strongly support efforts to bring and EU human to effect, and we stand ready to coordinate with our European partners on future measures, and in fact I discussed it with our E3 partners in Berlin recently. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to end by paying tribute to the man who inspired these sanctions, Sergei Magnitsky, a young Russian tax lawyer. Between 2007 and 2008, Magnitsky exposed the theft of 230 committed by tax officials in Russia's own interior ministry. And whilst others left Russia, understandably fearing for their life, Magnitsky stayed on to take a stand for the rule of law and to strike a blow against the breathtaking corruption that plagues Russia. That courage cost him his life. He was arrested in 2008 on trumped-up charges of tax, and in a particularly Kafkaesque twist, the very tax investigators that Magnitsky had exposed were the ones that turned up to arrest him. The Public Oversight Commission, a Moscow-based NGO, found that while in detention, Magnitsky was subjected to physical and psychological abuse amounting to torture. Over the course of his time in prison, he developed abdominal pain and acute bladder inflammation, but prison officers cruelly withheld medical treatment that he needed. Eventually, he was transferred to another facility, ostensibly to receive medical care, instead beaten to death by riot police with truncheons. He died on the 16th of November 2009, aged 37. Mr. Speaker, the House will recall that the European Court of Human Rights found Russia violated its most basic human rights violations, from the treatment of Magnitsky in prison to the lack of an effective investigation. None of those involved had ever been brought to justice. Perversely, some have been promoted or even decorated with medals. In fact, the only person ever prosecuted for this appalling crime was Sergei Magnitsky himself, after his death, Russia's first ever posthumous trial. I pay tribute to Bill Browder, who employed Sergei and has campaigned for justice ever since his death, and I hope that today we in this House show our solidarity with the family that Sergei Magnitsky left behind, his wife Natalia and his son Nikita. And I can tell the House they will be watching from the Foreign Office in my office as we speak. Amidst their enduring loss, they can be proud of Sergei's courage, which inspires us to hold up a torch on behalf of all those who perished or suffered at the hands of those we designate today, and to keep the flame of freedom alive for those brave souls still suffering in the very darkest corners of the world. And I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy.
Thank you, Mr. I start by strongly welcoming this statement and advance sight of it. It has been, as Bill Browder rightly said, a long and difficult journey to persuade the government to take this step. It's been personally frustrating for the Foreign Secretary to be challenged by me repeatedly about these delays when he spent the last 8 years as a champion of. For too long, the UK has been a haven to those who use corruption, torture and murder at their own ends. Today, I hope, sends a strong message that the UK is not, and that their dirty money is not welcome here. I want to pay tribute too to Sergei Magnitsky. Far too long for this day. Magnitsky worked for a British company, and it is right that today, in his honour, we start to clean up the global corruption that he exposed and which cost him his life. Can I also put on record our support, ensuring that some of those responsible for his murder are the first to face consequences? Speaker, we believe that the time for action against Russian government officials who oppress LGBT people, Muslims and other minorities, who use chemical weapons on the streets of the UK, we believe that the time for action is long overdue. And this is a profound act of solidarity with the Russian people over those who have made their lives a misery for far too long. Can I welcome too his action against those in the murder of Jamal Khashoggi? And can I gently say to him that although today is across the dispatch box, that it would be welcome if it marked the start of a more consistent approach from the government towards Saudi Arabia, and in particular the arms sales from this country that are being used to harm innocent civilians in the Yemen. Similarly, we are grateful to him for the Rohingya in Myanmar in today's announcement. We'll use his new remit to consider investment arm CDC continues to invest in those who are complicit in silencing people out against human rights abuses in Myanmar. Can I welcome the inclusion of trafficking in these measures? I know that the former member for Bishop Auckland would be delighted to see this. The government has previously resisted, but can I express serious concern that he hasn't been able to persuade his colleagues yet of the need to include corruption in scope? Corruption and human rights abuses go hand in hand, and this must be urgently resolved. As the former President David Cameron put it, expressing regret that he hadn't acted on this earlier, I soon realised the advantage of other countries under a common heading. You get said from coming together across the world and saying with one voice to those who are responsible for unacceptable acts, we are united. Now, he mentioned the USA and Canada and our desire to stand closely with them. They have included corruption scope, and the UK must follow suit. Can he confirm that this applies to UK and Crown dependencies? We must not create a backdoor that allows money laundering of blood money in the United Kingdom. Will all names be published, including those subject to bans? I am sorry to do this to him, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to refer him to his earlier work. As he put it, if we're dealing with people who are complicit in torture and there is enough evidence to substantiate and justify a visa ban, what possible countervailing reason can there be, whether it is to change their behaviour or otherwise, for not making their name public? Would not making their name public deter others? Mr. Speaker, he also tabled an amendment to the 2017 Act seeking a public register of people who are subject to such orders, and he rightly set out in that amendment to ensure that third parties could refer to the list. We agree with him. There must be a clear mechanism for civil society to refer in line with the criteria. Can he give an assurance that this will be forthcoming? Similarly, will he reflect on arrangements in the United States which provide a congressional trigger and allow our Select Committee chairs to make referrals? And see that the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee is nodding. I would expect him to agree with that suggestion, but I hope that the Foreign Secretary will agree too. And finally, as he has long championed, we must have transparency in this process. There has been serious concern about the money in politics. It is essential that there is independent oversight of this list to ensure that nobody can buy their way out of British justice. Will he commit to parliamentary scrutiny of the list and the way decisions are taken? I know that he will face some colleagues, but we will strongly support him. Mr. Speaker, today is a day we stand up against corruption, dirty money and for our values with the full support of this House. There can be no ambiguity and no double standards. The UK must lead the way at home and abroad.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Lady for her full-throated support, and although it's always a pleasure to spar with her as well, it's also, I think, worth reflecting on those occasions where actually the House can stand in unison and support measures like this. The family of Sergei Magnitsky will hugely appreciate her personal solidarity at what will be a difficult time after an incredible and ongoing march for justice. And can I also support her for the wider support that she expressed for the designations. I'll try and address what I picked up as the queries, concerns that she'd expressed. On corruption, the work is already underway. We're committed to different definitions of corruption, which is one of the challenges that there's been on the international level. But I agree, and in fact, with the point that she made, where corruption and human rights abuses are often interlinked. In fact, if you look at the case of Sergei Magnitsky, it was astonishing, one of the most egregious corruption cases, coupled with an appalling human rights abuse. That work is under, and give her that reassurance. She asked about the overseas territories and the Crown dependencies. The legislation will be extended to them. On the designations, they will be published online. So is, I believe, fully met. And finally, whether it's in relation to scrutiny of the process or indeed the designations, we would welcome a full and rigorous in all of that process. Of course, I won't tell either the select committees or the House how to order its business, but we will welcome that and engage with it.
We now come to the Chair of the Select Committee, Tom Tugendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend? Having been waiting for a while for excellent foreign policy suggestions, we've had three in the last 3 weeks. One on BNO passports last week, on the Magnitsky sanctions. This is another fantastic policy change by Her Majesty's government, and one that the Honourable Member for Rhondda and the Foreign Affairs Committee have been a number of years. Indeed, I know that the Honourable Member will have read our Moscow's Gold report of May 18, in which this was one of the many recommendations. But of course it builds on his earlier work as a human rights lawyer in the Foreign Office, so I pay tribute to him twice over. Could I just, however, raise one issue here, which is a remarkable silence on human rights violations in China? There is no, as yet, on any sanctions of those who are either abusing the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang or indeed repressing democracy activists in Hong Kong. And I wonder whether that is merely because this is the first stage of the sanctions and is perhaps just that the yet caught up with that, or whether that is a policy change. Could I also, however, pay tribute to the few words he made on cooperation with others? As he knows, sanctions work best when they work with others. Working with our European and our Kanzuk friends is an important aspect. Can I just also pay tribute to two other people who have done incredibly well on this? Oliver Bulow and Luke Harding, two writers who have brought huge amounts of attention to the problems in the UK system. Thank you for his work, and thank you for your words.
Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable for the work that he has done, that the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has done. I thought he mentioned 3 fronts, but I think I felt a bit short-changed at the end there. He missed one out. Well, there's plenty of time yet, but can I thank him for his warm words, because of course we fully respect and engage the Foreign Affairs Committee, but it is also good when we can work together, produce results, and I think regulations are an example of that. He asked about China. Actually, in the Human Rights Council recently we led a statement with 27 countries on the human rights situation, as well as Hong Kong. Of course, as with China and indeed many other countries, people will wish to come up with further suggestions going forth. I have absolutely no doubt, and we will consider them very carefully based on the evidence. What I won't do, if he forgives me, is preempt what the next wave of designations will be, but I can reassure him we're already working on them.
I said up to Stirling and visit the SNP spokesperson, Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight. And I do think the Foreign Secretary is entitled to a quiet moment of personal satisfaction today. It would be remiss not to roll in getting the House and the Government to this point, and we certainly in this side of the House very much support these measures. We'd like to see more. We called for them repeatedly. I have to say I was surprised, however, to read about them in the Financial Times before we heard about them today, and I think that's something that we should all be considering about how announcements are made. But I'd pick up on 2 aspects of the statement itself, particularly about international cooperation. It is vital that these measures, welcome as they are coordinated, obviously with the European Union and the Five Eyes partners. But I'd also like a statement from the Foreign Secretary on how this will interact with British overseas territories, in that there is already a vast array of loopholes and other mechanisms of accountability. So this is a welcome step, but how will it work with the other territories where we do have some influence? I'd also pick up on the statement where he says to dictators, etc., you won't be able to launder your blood money in this country. Well, who would not? But progress on the ground does suggest that we do have an all to do. And I would refer the Foreign Secretary in the House to the Open Democracy report published last month. 400,000 British companies do not, will not, or cannot say who controls them. And from their own research, Britain has long operated as a global hub for financial crime. We have a long to build upon these announcements today to work with that, and Scotland's not immune to that. We have Scottish limited companies that have been abused in money laundering. We all need to work on this together. I'd be grateful for some statements about how the British overseas territories will interact with this, and indeed wider financial transparency reform that we need to make the UK's jurisdiction.
Foreign Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank him for his support for the measures and the designations today, and also for his kind words. He's right about international coordination. These measures will be the most effective if we can conjure a groundswell of coordinated action, even if we want to be free to assign these designations as and when we see fit based on the evidence. So the cooperation with Five Eyes, both those who have existing Magnitsky mechanisms in place, but also those who are working on it, like the Australians, is important. There has been there are certain EU member states already have, particularly in the Baltics, I think, but there isn't an EU-wide human rights regime, but certainly if they wish to consider that, that would be an area for strong ongoing cooperation, notwithstanding our departure from the EU. He asked particularly about OTs. On this measure, as I thought I made clear earlier, we will be making sure that it extends these regulations and indeed the designations to all of the overseas territories and, of course, the Crown dependencies.
Mr. Speaker, can I unreservedly congratulate my right honourable friend on what he has, like my honourable friend and others have said, that he has himself personally been an advocate of this for some considerable time, the right to satisfaction on that. And I also for his naming of all those to do with the Magnitsky case and also in Saudi Arabia. But can I raise with him, again, following my honourable friend's statement, the issue of China? I say this because this is where big business will start to lean on the government quite hard. Does he not consider that we started with the IPAC expose of their Chinese officials and government's involvement in the Uyghur suppression and sterilisation, forced encampment, and ended the week with their involvement in the stripping away of the rights and freedoms of people in Hong Kong, all the way up to the top? So would he, I don't expect him to answer specifically, but I do ask him this simple question. Does he not agree, in the papers today, many in Hong Kong have said this should go to whatever takes it? Would he be prepared, therefore, given that, to follow through with these, no matter who these individuals are, no matter how high they go, even if that meant starting with Carrie Lam, whose family, I understand, have the privilege of British passports?
Can I thank my right honourable friend? Of course, he's absolutely right that with these regulations, this legislation, there will of course be a whole range of suggestions, proposals from inside this House, from NGOs, about potential names. We'll of course want to make sure we proceed in a rigorous way. We want it to be based on evidence. But the advantage that I think we have, one of the reasons I've always been a fan, a champion, a supporter of these measures, is they allow us to continue to engage bilaterally with countries that frankly we need to, whilst having actions, the visas, bans and the asset freezes on the individuals who may be responsible. Where the evidence shows that that's the case, we've got the mechanism to deliver it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of this and congratulate him on what I think will be seen in years to come as a watershed moment in the development of human rights law. I think he's absolutely right to focus on the most clamant cases that he has listed in early designations today, but I hope now free up the time and resource within the Foreign Office to turn their attention towards to those in Hong Kong for whom sanctions of this sort would appear to be the logical next step. The Foreign Secretary very rightly outlines and refers to the role of the court, due process in ensuring that there is proper safeguards put in place here. There is another element, though, and that is the role of this House in that regard. Others have referred to the select committees. The one select committee that we are missing at the moment is the Intelligence and Security Committee. So does he agree with me that the announcement he has made today, and which has been so widely and around the House, now demands an early constitution of the ISC?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the right honourable gentleman and I thank him for his support. These measures are important. Of course, I'm not going to, without appraisal, assessment of the evidence, start handing out future designations. What I can tell him is that these are the bits that took time, is to make sure we've got a proper mechanism so that, as he rightly says, we go into a sort of steady state on this. We can assess judiciously, very carefully, any future candidates for designations, if I can put it like that. We want to see the IC up and running as soon as possible once it's duly constituted. I think it will have a role in issues like this.
With Andrew Mitchell, who's audio only. Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you. Many of us, especially my right honourable friend, both the back and the front bench, have been working on these Magnitsky measures for some time, and I congratulate him on this important announcement today. Can I just make two questions to him? The first is, may we now please see strong transparency and openness in the way these measures are brought to bear? And secondly, in particular, does he agree that Parliament should have a real input into how this is affected?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my right honourable friend, pay tribute to all the work he's done in this area and in promoting human rights and international relations, particularly his time as Development Secretary. I think that there is clearly an important role for select committees. And of course, select committees, individuals as well as NGOs provide the information, the evidence, as well as the suggestions about how we take these matters forward. We have also, to give maximum transparency to the House today, published a policy note which will explain how we go about it, in particular how the designation process will look at the worst crimes and those who bear the greatest responsibility for those human rights violations.
Absolutely delighted. Well done. Not least because human are a seamless garment. Uyghur Muslims, gay Chechens, Russian journalists, Colombian campesinos, the Rohingya, all have human rights. And corruption always goes hand in fisted glove with human rights abuse. And nearly always the first step is the repression of democracy, the preventing of people from enjoying their freedom of assembly and their freedom of speech, which is why I strongly urge the Foreign Secretary to look at another clause which would include the repression of democracy and freedom of speech, and therefore look very carefully at whether Carrie Lam shouldn't be on the list.
Secretary. I thank the honourable gentleman and also pay tribute. This wouldn't have come about without the tenacity and the advocacy that he has consistently put in many years and on a cross-party basis. I will always consider, as I said, this as a first step and consider how we can proceed. I make no apology for wanting to make the first step a sure-footed one. And just for clarity, of course, the human rights, the most serious ones that we've chosen, of course, often are used precisely to suppress peaceful process and peaceful protest or freedom of speech. And actually, Magnitsky himself was a whistleblower tortured for blowing the lid on the biggest tax fraud that we know of in Russian history. But I take his wider points, and we press and develop and fine-tune and enhance this regime as we proceed.
Crispin Blunt. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend for this excellent statement, which now adds serious substance to underpin global Britain will champion around the world, particularly in respect of. Does Ramzan Kadyrov appear on his list? Has he seen the movie Welcome to Chechnya, The Gay Purge? And if he has not, I commend it to him, and the incredible courage of the people there documenting what happened in the Gay Purge in Chechnya, so full legal action of some point can begin, whether the European Court of Human Rights or elsewhere. But clearly there's a case for sanctions on this, and on President Putin, who gives him impunity with which to do it, because this is a jurisdiction that does not criminalise homosexuality. And there are 72 others around the world that do, including 34 in the Commonwealth. And I sincerely hope that this issue will then be a leading part of the work that's going to be carried out under this element of his human rights.
Can I thank my honourable friend? He'll be able to see the list and check any individual names for himself. I can tell him there are 25 under the Magnitsky designation, 20 under the Khashoggi one, 2 under the Myanmar, and there are 2 organisations in relation to DPRK. But as I said, in the interest of maximum transparency, they will be published. And I also take his full-hearted and full-throated way that he has championed human rights in this House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support these measures, and I personally congratulate my right honourable friend for pioneering them. Can I echo the words of many honourable and right honourable members that it will be good to see representatives of the Chinese regime included, because whether it's Tibet, the Uyghurs, or now Hong Kong, where we learn today that having suppressed free speech by protest, it's now being followed by purging of libraries and bookshops, all 3 of his apply in those cases. So will he have a close look at my Tibet reciprocal actually representing straight after this statement, which ensures access by UK officials to investigate human rights abuses in places like Tibet? If they're not, then there will be repercussions for Chinese officials based on legislation which unanimously was supported in Congress as well, as another tool to abusers of human rights.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank him for his support and generous remarks. We will, of course, look very carefully at any further proposals that he made. I'm not going to preempt or prejudge further designations down the track, but we're already working on what the next wave might be, and of course we'll be evidence-based as we proceed further.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Speaker, I too warmly welcome the statement, and I assume that when he talked about these powers applying around the world, be open
to individuals, whatever country they come from, and not just those on the FCO's list of concern. On corruption, he said he wanted to extend the regime. He will be aware that over a decade ago, the Proceeds of Crime Act was used to seize the assets of 3 former Nigerian state governors. And it'd be helpful if he could tell the House what further powers he is looking at to bring corruption within the scope of the new arrangements that he's just announced.
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman and pay tribute to all his work, both in the Select Committee and previously as a Minister on human rights in the international sphere. We've got the asset freezing powers now in place. The additional element that makes up the Magnitsky model are the visa bans. We will look right the way through at ways that we can fine-tune. The issue with corruption is a legal definitional one, which we also want to avoid all sorts of people bringing litigation against the government, either for people that are on the list. We don't want to misstep in that regard, but also to make sure that we've got a firm basis so we're not judicially reviewed. I think that we have started, as I said, with the clearest and most serious human rights violations, but we want to be evidence-based, and I'm certainly open on all sides of the House to further consideration of either evidence and information that we will assess independently, but also other ways to strengthen the regime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also warmly welcome the statement. Will my right honourable friend assure me that we will implement this new regime without fear or favour? If necessary, we will go after individuals from ally states, and also we will target the decision makers who order these human rights atrocities and not simply the little men who execute them.
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend, and it's for precise that reason that we set out a policy note which gives hopefully her and also honourable members across the House reassurance in the way we'll go about this. Obviously we need to be evidence-based and evidence-driven, but I think if she takes a look at that policy note once it's published, it will give her the reassurance she needs.
Let's head to Scotland and call in on Kirstin Oswald. Kirstin Oswald.
Despite the humanitarian situation, the UK has traded almost £5 billion to Saudi Arabia since the war began, which really eclipses the aid it has given to Yemen. The Secretary of State has just said that he wants things to be evidence-based. The UK government has therefore to stand up to countries that it sees as allies, and there must be consequences where the UN confirms systemic human rights violations and murder have been committed. Does the Minister agree with that, and will he give that effect to the UK's sanctions regime?
Foreign Secretary.
I agree with the honourable lady, and that's precisely why that accounts for the designations that we've made today. And I think if she looks at them, she'll see that we haven't ducked the issue. We need to be evidence-based. We can't do it on a whim. It needs to be able to stand legal scrutiny. But I think she will see in the designations that we've done and in the ones that this is a regime that will be applied without fear or favour.
Robert Courts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly welcome this statement, and at a time when it seems that every dawn brings notice of fresh human rights, to see such decisive action being taken by the government. Will my right honourable friend reassure those, and as a force for good in the world, that this is just the first step in a review which will seek whatever action we can to hold those who commit these dreadful human rights abuses to account?
Mr. Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend? I would say in relation to the Magnitsky regime, it's one of the third of 3 pillars. We have a campaign which we've been part to my predecessor in his time as Foreign Secretary, a campaign with the Canadians where we're championing media freedom, both protecting individual journalists but also strengthening the legal codes in more vulnerable countries around the world. That media freedom campaign continues apace. We are supporting freedom of religious belief. We plan to co-host the international conference next week, and these Magnitsky sanctions are, if you like, the third pillar, which provide direct accountability to visa bans and asset freezes for those who commit these appalling abuses.
Kamanji Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wholeheartedly welcome the introduction of the global human rights sanctions regime by the Foreign Secretary. Long overdue, but does he not concede that the delay in publication of the Russia report and the lack of constitution of the intelligence and security seriously undermines this government's credibility in the eyes of our allies? The Russians have been sitting on the Prime Minister's desk since last year, gathering dust, and in efficient scrutiny of this error-prone government, right honourable members have been demanding for months that the ISC is finally formed. So what has the Prime Minister got to hide?
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you. The ISC, of course, does incredibly important work. It will be up and running as soon as is practicable. Of course, it needs to constitute itself. It's correct that there is a government role in relation to that, but actually there's also a parliamentary one to embrace their role once they're up and running.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the announcement by my right honourable friend today, and agrees with me, that this will act as a deterrent to those who wish to commit the most horrific human rights abuses around the world while attempting to live a life of luxury in this country on the...
Foreign Secretary.
Thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. We send a message that you just cannot do those things that in the past perhaps they got away with. We hope that particularly in concert countries, we can start to have a deterrent effect and also embarrass, frankly, those countries from whom those individuals come. Because I think it's through that coordinated action, backed up by hard measures like asset freezes and visa bans, that we can actually make...
Let's head up to Manchester and visit Abdul Khan. Abdul Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also welcome today's statement. Israeli annexation is a violation of international law and jeopardizes any chance of a two-state solution. I would like to believe that a two-state solution is not a lost cause. It is only possible if we speak up. I urge the government to take condemn violations such as the recent bulldozing of a cemetery in Jaffa. Does the Secretary of State agree that such contempt for international law warrants sanction? And if not, could he please explain his reasoning?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? We certainly oppose not just the settlement building but other violations of international humanitarian law. The honourable gentleman may have seen the letter that the Prime Minister recently published in the Israeli press, which made clear that we do not give up on we oppose annexation and we want to see both parties come to the table and negotiate a lasting...
Let's head to Wakefield with Imran Hamad Khan. Imran.
Thank you, Mr. I congratulate my right honourable friend on his truly important statement today. If employment promises to be a great force for good in the world. As he knows, hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs and other Muslims and Christians continue to be imprisoned in Chinese camps. These inhuman camps are a revolting violation of universal rights held sacred by freedom-loving people everywhere. Freedom to live, work and worship as desired. In 2019, 23 countries, including the UK, US and Japan, signed a letter addressed to the UN Human Rights Council and UN General Assembly's Third Committee, urging Communist China to close. It saddens me that as we condemn slavery and other beastly historic crimes, exploitative labour continues...
Order. Foreign Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I pay tribute to the passionate way that my honourable friend has made his case? I can reassure him, if he looks at the statement that the UK led with other countries in the Human Rights Council, we have condemned those human rights abuses in the Uyghur ones that he refers to, but also in relation to Hong Kong. That's the first time that issue has been Rights Council, and we will continue to keep up that work and to shine a light on what I agree with him are appalling human rights abuses.
John Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with everything the Foreign Secretary said today. Won't be surprised to hear that. But would you look at the possibility, in the interest of transparency, would you look at the possibility of amending what's now the Lobbying Act, curtail commercial lobbying at all, but so that we know who is hiring lobbying firms? Yeah, the vast majority of those people are respectable, law-abiding, and in most cases, I think, probably open. But there will be some who are not. And we need to know who's doing it.
Good idea.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I know there's been considerable work being done on all sides of the House on this issue. We want maximum financial transparency. If you to me, I'd certainly take a look in the context of all the other work that we're doing on corruption with the next strengthening of the Magnitsky regime.
Tobias.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I very much welcome the establishment of these sanctions tools. They very much will allow Britain to take a far more robust position of breaches in human rights. And can I join others in congratulating my right honourable friend? As a human rights lawyer, he was very well placed to actually see this through. But he will be aware that sanctions are designed to be targeted and to be focused on individuals themselves. They are designed to change behaviour, but they're also designed behaviour too. And I join with my fellow chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee to say, can we have China? Not just on tactical issues to do with human rights, but the wider foreign policy stance, given China's trajectory. Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend, the chairman of the Select Committee? We have taken these measures. He's heard what we've said on Hong Kong. He'll know that Huawei is going through in the context of US trade sanctions. We have got the integrated review coming forward. That will be completed by the autumn. I think that is the right opportunity in CSR to make sure we've got the right strategy and the resources to back it up.
Let us drop in on Brendan O'Hara, up in Scotland. Brendan O'Hara.
Mr. Speaker, can the Foreign Secretary assure the House that going forward, the application of this sanctions regime will be transparently even-handed and it will not be blind to those human rights abuses that are being carried out by or in the name of our so-called allies and friends such as Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Israel or India, or indeed those countries with whom we are post-Brexit trade deal?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I think if he looks at the designations, he'll see we've answered that in the first round that we're making today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Foreign Secretary on his personal commitment to human rights, which is becoming a hallmark of his tenure. And if we're going to have an international order that promotes not just interests, but also our democratic values, then there have to be consequences for people who violate those principles, and that's why this matters. Can I ask him to look at whether the process for deciding who gets designated should become an independent process, as we have with compliance to the consolidated criterion for arms exports, of disentangling that decision from the complexities of diplomatic relations, which we have to have even with nefarious states?
Can I thank my right honourable for all the work he did at the Foreign Office to promote human rights and freedom campaign, which we are continuing to champion. He makes an interesting point. I haven't seen another jurisdiction which has done it as autonomously as he suggests, but as I said, we want to take a look at ways in which we can strengthen it, including making it more resilient in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement, and I commend him for taking a very strong stand on human rights. This is, Mr. Speaker, a Secretary of State who gets things done. The statement he referred to holding up a torch in the flame of freedom. We must question, therefore, any sanctions policy which does not target the Chinese officials responsible for the mistreatment of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, where 1 million in concentration camps. In addition, an independent tribunal in this very city of Xinjiang concluded that foreign thing has undoubtedly taken place with the knowledge and support of the Chinese Communist Party. So will the Secretary of State join his US counterparts against human rights abusers in China?
Can I thank Marks, and we certainly want to make sure that we can work with allies already. I'm hoping to have another call with them shortly. We will, at the suggestions that he's making, of course we need to be evidence-based, and sometimes in the most authoritarian countries that's difficult to come by, but where we've got the evidence and where the crimes are clear, I hope he will see from the designations that we make today, we'll be willing to act.
Sir Robert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I warmly welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement and the commitment which he shows to the rule of law being important in international affairs just as it is in domestic matters. I also reference to continued cooperation with our European partners and alignment, that's particularly of enforcement. And will he therefore ensure that in the period we make it a priority to maintain the same levels of access to policing and judicial cooperation which we have at the moment, and indeed seek to expand that to other non-EU members so that we don't have any gap to these very important and welcome sanctions?
Friend, and it's very deft the way he got the EU issue in there, but what I can reassure him at E3 level and more broadly, we want to coordinate with our European partners and friends and allies. The Magnitsky sanctions is actually a good illustration of something we can, where we can reinforce and strengthen cooperation in the years ahead, and certainly the law enforcement vehicles for cooperation are important. We want to see what the right approach is under the future relationship, but I've got no doubt, and I know the work he's done, the value.
Heading up to Greater Manchester with Andrew Gwynn. Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, and I wholeheartedly welcome the statement and the measures that he's announced today. Given the expertise that they have in gathering intelligence evidence of human rights abuses and corruption. Can I ask him whether he'll be proactively canvassing both in the UK and globally in drawing up the list? Press him further on the points raised by other honourable members in relation to Hong Kong and ask him to seriously consider the door for the perpetrators of abuses under the new national security law to be named in any future designation.
The Honourable Gentleman, we will certainly be working with all of our international partners. The evidence he asked about civil society and NGOs, yes, absolutely. Indeed, sometimes the primary evidence is through open source reporting, so that relationship is very important. And as I said to the House already, we will do the regime as we go forward. In relation or any other country, I'm not going to second guess the subsequent designations, not least because of the already been highlighted of making sure that we have a rigorous and judicious process that leads up to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I too warmly welcome the statement there by the Foreign Secretary, and may I also ask him therefore if he agrees with me that the designations announced today show that this government acts without fear or favour when human rights may be at stake.
Can I thank my honourable friend? I believe they do demonstrate that. It's early days. We wanted to make sure we took firm, clear steps as the ones to trip up over this sort of thing. It gives precisely the wrong people succour. But we also recognise that there is going to be scope for strengthening it even further. So this is the point of departure in terms of this sanctions regime, and we'll look very carefully with the benefit of the House's scrutiny in the months ahead.
Thank you. Welcome these sanctions, and I want them to be as effective as possible, not only as a punishment, but also. So, can the Secretary just outline what provisions there will be in secondary legislation to ensure that not only the perpetrators are punished, but also their agents and nominees, including family members and who have benefited from these crimes?
And I thank the Honourable Lady for her support. We'll have a further debate before recess on the terms of the regulations. I think not just the direct perpetrators, but those supporting and in other ways contributing to the human rights abuse can be captured, and I hope that will give her the reassurance. But as I said, we'll be looking further at strengthening the regime, for example, in relation to corruption in the months ahead.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by paying tribute to Sergei Magnitsky. Sergei and the many others like him, if they do pay the ultimate price, I think in their final moments, hope at least that it makes a difference. And I'm sure we can all agree that that's exactly what Sergei has achieved. Would my honourable friend outline to the House what other countries, some of which you've mentioned, have similar plan to work with them in terms of best practice and cooperation to make the most of our independence regard?
Can I thank my honourable friend? I agree with what he said about Magnitsky, incredibly courageous man. I think of him as the Solzhenitsyn of his age. To make these sanctions effective, to deter that kind of action, to hold people to account, we do need to with our partners. We're one of the first major countries, certainly in Europe, draw up this regime and start implementing it. There are some other countries, but the EU as a whole hasn't adopted it yet. But I can tell the honourable gentleman that the US obviously have a mechanism in place, the Canadians do, the Australian Parliament is also considering it. So we're talking with the full range of international partners, and indeed others, because we think this provides a model for raising human rights, not allowing it to be swept under the carpet, whilst still engaging in the diplomacy that's required for all the other things of interest.
Let us wander up to Bolton with Yasmin Qureshi. Yasmin Qureshi.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement today, but why is the Commonwealth Development Corporation continuing to invest millions of pounds into Frontier, which is a telecommunications and an internet company? Frontier has been obeying what the Myanmar government has been telling us to suppress the transmission of evidence of human rights and atrocities being committed against Rohingyas.
Can I thank the honourable lady? I hope she will be reassured to see that the designations include in relation to human rights abuses against the Rohingya. I don't know about the specific terms that she's referring to, the specific case. I'd like to write to me to take a look at it.
Gagan Mahendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also welcome human rights sanctions regime as proposed by the Foreign Secretary? Can I write online to the House whether this sanction regime ensures the UK continues to uphold the necessity of freedom of religion and belief around the world?
Can I thank my honourable friend? On the most serious human rights abuses, the right to life, prohibition against torture, prohibition against slave labour and forced labour, but of course many of the abuses that take place under that can be directed at journalists, those practising their religion, and if he looks at the designations that we've made today, he'll find that that's true even in relation to the first wave.
31 withdrawn. John Penrose.
Mr. Speaker, can I add my voice to the congratulations to the Foreign Secretary? This has been a personal crusade of his, and this is a great moment, not just for him, but also, I think, for the government and the country as well. Can I go a bit further and a bit faster, perhaps, on the points he's made already about fighting corruption and extending these measures to include corruption? He will understand that while many human rights abusers are indeed corrupt, there are many people who are corrupt who are human rights abusers, and therefore we may only be able to get people on corruption charges. Strengthening that element is vital. We'll be able to get people who are dead by Christmas.
Can I thank my honourable friend, pay tribute to the working rights, but also transparency and anti-corruption. As I said, work is already underway on the corruption element, and I look forward to his contribution as we develop those proposals.
Kevin Brennan.
Nation of those from Saudi Arabia responsible for the death of Jamal Khashoggi. I also welcome the fact that in the note that he's provided this clear indication that non-state actors, those who've acquired a significant degree of control, authority and organisation over people in an area, will also be held to account. My constituent Luke Simons, as the Foreign Secretary knows, is held by the Houthis in a severe breach of his human rights and has been for the last few years in Sana'a in Yemen. Will he can to secure his release? When he does so, his and his family can leave Yemen and travel to the United Kingdom.
The honourable gentleman pay tribute to his advocacy and tireless campaigning on behalf of his constituent. Of course we want to secure the release from the Houthis, and he rather smartly wove in the non-state actor element of the regime, but actually it is important because it is not just perpetrators that come from arms of the state, but whether it's from militia, whether it's from armed groups, terrorist organisations, or indeed organised crime, there are a lot of other people out there who are aiding, abetting, supporting those human rights abuses, and we need to target all of them.
Andrew Schlew.
Can I particularly welcome the reference to the hundreds of thousands of people who've perished in the gulags of North Korea, a country of very little from television reports or social media posts. In the statement, the Foreign Secretary mentions organisations rather than individuals in respect of North Korea. What are we going to do to publicise the individuals responsible for these heinous crimes and publicise their names in North Korea globally?
Can I thank my honourable friend? And part of the problem in North Korea, as we were discussing earlier, is the clandestine nature of the decision-making process, but he's right that we would certainly be able and willing now to proceed to name and designate individuals. The two organisations that we are designating are Bureau 7, the Ministry of State Security arm, which oversees the political prison camps, and also the Ministry of Public Security's Correctional Bureau, which oversees the ordinary prison camps, both ghastly in their own right.
Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This announcement is indeed welcome, but will the Secretary of State today ensure that justice is at the heart of this global human rights sanction regime? And with that in mind, will he commit to supporting women human rights defenders in Saudi Arabia, where women are legally the property of their closest male relative and denied basic freedoms? And will he guarantee these women are not overlooked in any attempts to address the abuse of human rights?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady and give her the reassurance that when I was in Saudi Arabia before the coronavirus lockdown, I raised the women's rights defenders case with all of my interlocutors, and give her therefore the reassurance that that is an issue that we specifically raised with the Saudi government.
How will he prevent existing human rights law being used to thwart sanctions against those whom he would list?
Can I thank my honourable friend? It's not it's a because there is all sorts of legal issues that you have to scrutinise very carefully when you introduce these designations. What I can tell him is that we've done our due diligence. We've lawyered this very carefully, and hopefully I can give him the maximum assurance that the risk has been mitigated to the very lowest level.
Mr. Speaker, can I add my congratulations to the Foreign Secretary and also to Guy Magnitsky and his family, but also to Bill Browder, who I've had the pleasure of meeting a couple of times. Will the Foreign Secretary, and indeed these regulations, allow us to follow the money, people, family members or close business associates, from being used as a front to try and give legitimacy in people who are abusers? And then, so will the Foreign Secretary ensure that people who are associated with the abusers will also feel the effects of these regulations too?
Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right. And can I say also the expressions of support for Sergei Magnitsky give solace to Natalia through their enduring grief. He's absolutely right, though. I mean, one of the reasons that hasn't been discussed quite so much in this session has been that the opportunity with this regime to follow the money. And if we can cut off the money and the people that are profiting from these appalling human rights abuses, we've got the activity and deterring it for the future. He's absolutely bang on.
Sir Edwardley, the largest group in the world subject to persecution today are Christians, not just lethal persecution such as in many parts of the world, persecution on church-going, on blasphemy, many other issues. Can the Foreign Secretary assure me that this regime, this new regime, will be used to target with sanctions those who deliberately target Christians?
Can I thank my honourable friend? He's absolutely right that this new regime gives us that power. On top of the legal regime and the asset freeze and the visa bans, the work of the Prime Minister has been immense. He's put in a Herculean shift. We are working with our international partners. We intend to co-host a conference on freedom of will give us the ability to do precisely what he wants.
Bahrain, Saudi are all classed as close trading and political allies of the UK. What they also have in common is locking up political prisoners, torture and execution without due process. Zahir Abdullah and Hussein Rashid are in imminent danger of execution. Legal remedies. Will the Foreign Secretary be sure human rights abusers in so-called friendly countries, as well as those which are not so friendly?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable gentleman, and I know he's a passionate human rights defender himself, and over many years, assurance from the designations that we've made, I think he can see the government is doing just that.
Aaron Henry.
Mr. Speaker, the introduction of global human rights sanctions sends a strong message to those who violate human rights across the globe that they are not welcome in the UK, and reinforces our position as a defender of human rights at an international level. Can my right honourable friend assure me that the government will continue to work with other countries to ensure that perpetrators of such violations are held to account for their actions?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I've mentioned some of our existing partners, but actually what we want to do, by the measures that we're taking, the efficiency with which we go about this in a targeted, evidence-led way, that this is a regime that not only can hold individuals to account, but other countries can adopt as well. And that is certainly part of our diplomatic plan in the months ahead.
Oh, the safe exit. Go on, point of order.
For the point of order, Mr. Speaker, I did speak to you about it this morning. St Margaret's Church, which is just across the way, with some members attend to, has been a letter specific to say that their services on a Sunday will be stopped. We all know that the repercussions of COVID-19 and the visitors that attend the Westminster Abbey. So I'm just wondering, seeking you, Speaker, what would be the best way of highlighting this issue to ensure that government are able to assist or help with it? And would it be perhaps through a UQ or indeed through an adjournment debate or from a direct contact with the Minister, who might just answer this question to help St Margaret's to continue?
Well, see, no adjournment debate. I think it might be a good idea to see if we could for you. Right. In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order.
Right. Hello, everyone. Over the holiday, President Trump delivered to defining, unifying, and patriotic spread praise by those who cherish our values, honor our history, and Hello, seek to advance policies over the that holiday. lift President Americans. Trump delivered to the president outlined a vision for stronger and safer communities. President Trump said, after all, what do we want? We want a strong military, great education, housing, low taxes, law and order. He went on to say, we want safety, we want equal justice, religious liberty, we want faith and family and communities and happy communities and safe communities. And we want to be respected by the rest of the world, not taken advantage of by the rest of the world. He went on to the same thing. How can it be any different than... This message is now more important and more timely than ever. Radical left-wing mobs seek to tear down our monuments and our memorials. Everyone from George Washington to Abraham Lincoln to Frederick Douglass and even Gandhi. Misguided movements such as defund the police are more vulnerable than ever. Case in point, this weekend alone. In New York, there were 44 shootings with 11 killed. In Chicago, 75 people were shot with 13 killed. Tragically, at least 5 of these individuals were killed in cities across the country, an absolutely devastating loss, and we grieve for those families. Crime is dark and it is divisive. This July 4th, the president said, our movement is based on lifting all citizens to reach their fullest God-given potential. Never forget, we are one family and one nation. We will teach our children to cherish and adore their country so they can build its future. This vision is not a culture war, as they falsely proclaim. It's an embrace of our American family, our values, future. And with that, I'll take questions.
Billy, I want to ask you just a couple of questions. The first one, why so supportive of flying the Confederate flag?
So I think you're referring to a tweet this morning, is that right?
Correct.
Well, I think you're mischaracterizing the tweet. The tweet was aimed at FBI report of the alleged hate crime at NASCAR, concluded that the garage door pull, which had been there since last fall, was obviously not targeted at a specific individual because, in fact, it was a garage pull, and in fact, it was there since last fall, arrived. And it was concluded by the FBI that this was an intentional racist act.
For clarity, I'm asking you about the Confederate flag. So my question is, why is the flying the Confederate flag?
The president never said that. Again, you're taking his tweet completely out of context.
The president said that NASCAR saw bad ratings because they took down the Confederate flag, banned the Confederate flag. Does he believe NASCAR should fly the Confederate flag? Sure.
The whole point of the tweet was to note the incident, the alleged hate crime, that it in fact was not a hate crime. At the very end, the ban on the flag was mentioned in the broader context of the fact that he rejects this notion that somehow NASCAR men and women who go to these sporting events are racist, when in what we saw with the FBI report and the alleged incident of a hate crime, it was a complete indictment of the media's rush to judgment, once again calling this a hate crime when the FBI...
Ask you about some of the president's comments this weekend. The president said that 99% of coronavirus cases are totally harmless. Which members of the White House Coronavirus Task Force agree with that statement?
So what the president was pointing to, and I'm glad you, a factual statement, one that is rooted in science, and one that was pointing out the fact mortality in this country is very low, and I have two charts that we'll pull up to illustrate. The first chart is the case fatality rate in the United States, and as you can see, the mortality rate has gone like this, the case fatality rate, and also in the second chart you'll see, hopefully they have it up behind me, but the case rate in this country vis-a-vis other European countries is much lower than, let's say, France and Italy, and what that speaks to is the great work of this administration with therapeutics and remdesivir. That's what the president was pointing out.
So I want to get back to just to follow up quickly, though. So if you don't die, is it not harmless?
The president was noting the fact that the vast majority of Americans on the virus will come out on the other side of this. Of course, he takes this very seriously. Of course, no anyone in this country contract COVID, which is why the administration to make sure that's not the case with our historic response effort. John.
Kelly, to follow up on Peter's question, what is the president's position? Does he think NASCAR made a mistake by banning the Confederate flag?
So he said I spoke to him this morning, not making a judgment one way or the other. The intent of the tweet was to stand up women of NASCAR and the fans and those who have gone in this rush to judgment of the media to call something a hate crime when in fact the FBI report concluded this was not an intentional racist act. And it very much mirrors other times when to judgment, let's say with the Covington boys or with Jesse Smollett.
Let's drill down though on the Confederate flag. Does he think it was a mistake for NASCAR to ban?
The president said he wasn't making a judgment one way or the other. You're focusing on one word at the very bottom of a tweet that's completely taken out of context and neglecting the complete rush to judgment.
Wasn't he saying that NASCAR's ratings are down because they banned the flag? That's what he said.
The president was noting the fact that in aggregate, this are men and women who have gone and who are being demeaned and called racist and being accused in some venues of committing a hate. Allegations were just dead wrong.
Does he think it's support flag to Trump rallies? Has he considered banning the Confederate flag from Trump rallies?
Well, at Trump rallies, all flags that are not official campaign gear are banned. Yes.
Haley, why is it Bubba Wallace's responsibility to apologize for an news that he didn't report and he never even saw? It was NASCAR that found this, that reported this, and even the FBI referred to it as a news, even if they said it wasn't a specific crime against Mr. Wallace. Why is the president even suggesting that Mr. Wallace should have...
concluded that this was not a hate crime, and he believes it'd go a long way if Bubba came out and acknowledged that as well. This was not a hate crime as noted by the FBI.
The FBI found this was not intentional. Why is he directing this at Mr. Wallace?
This is where the president comes from, and this is where the president stands. And he actually hinted at this in his July 4th speech, to consistently label their opponents as racist, who condemn patriotic citizens, who offer a clear and truthful defense of American unity. We want a clear and faithful defense of American history and unity. And when you level false charges, you not only slander me, you slander the American people. He believes the American people are good. And the allegations and the rush to judgment with Jesse Smollett, the Wallace case, and with the Covington Catholic boys, we shouldn't be so quick to jump onto those narratives. Those are just three examples of the false.
An investigation that someone else initiated, suggesting he was possibly the victim of a hate crime?
Yes.
The governor of South Dakota flew back on Air Force One for having contact with somebody who had tested positive for the virus. Why was that allowed to happen? Did she have contact with the president on the trip back, and has continued to test negative since that interaction?
Yes, the president instantly has tested negative, and those around him are tested as well.
The original question is, why was she allowed to fly back on Air Force One with the president, who was knowing that she had had contact with somebody who had tested positive for the virus?
Yeah, I'd have this on that, but I'll tell you this: they take the president's health very seriously. They would never put him in harm's way.
And just one follow-up, please.
Yes.
On executive orders, the president has set a pretty brisk pace on those this year. As a candidate, he had been critical of President Obama's use of executive orders to have really stepped up the pace on these. And I wanted to ask, what does he find? What is the strategy behind issuing more than one a week so far this year? And I know he's getting ready to issue more in the coming weeks.
Well, he will use the powers in his to further the agenda of the American people. That's his intent with these executive orders. And I would just note that with regard to the DACA decision, the Supreme Court discretion to act. Yes, Jeff.
Kaylee, with regard to the president's reference about the 99% being harmless, does the president worry at all that by downplaying the virus, that it will lead Americans to be less careful?
Downplaying the severity of the virus. What the president's noting is that at the height of this, at 2,500 deaths per day, we are now at a place where on July 4th there were 254. That's a tenfold decrease in mortality. On July 5th, 209 individuals, down 23% from last Sunday, and the lowest Sunday since March 28th. The president's made clear we grieve when just one life is lost, but he wants to note the progress that we've made in treating this very serious virus when we have therapeutics like convalescent plasma, remdesivir, dexamethasone. Convalescent plasma in particular was spearheaded by this administration. He's pulled down bureaucracy and allowed us to get to a place where we can have a mortality rate.
Just to follow up on the NASCAR thing, you were saying that we're taking the tweet out of context, but this This is what he tweeted. He says, has Bubba Wallace apologized to all those great NASCARs who came to his aid, stood by his side, sacrificed everything for him, only to find out that the whole thing was just another hoax. That and flag decision has caused lowest ratings ever. How are we misinterpreting that?
I've explained to you, this is, I guess, the fourth attempt, but we'll try it again. In aggregate, what he was pointing out, judgment, to immediately say that there is a hate crime, as happened in this case, as happened with the Covington Catholic boys, and in aggregate, those actions made it seem like NASCAR men and women were racist individuals who were roving around and engaging in a hate crime. The president's intent was to say, no, most American people are good, hardworking people. I mean, we should not have this rush to judgment, knee-jerk reaction before the FBI did their job and determined there was no hate crime. Mario.
Hold on. Just the one thing that wasn't clear in your response, and that's why I asked about it again, and it follows up on Paula's question, is why should Mr. Wallace have to apologize for that when his whole team and all of these colleagues came around him to show support?
Yeah, and that's the best of America, is coming around when the media alleged a hate crime, porting Bubba Wallace as they should have done. I think that shows how loving NASCAR fans are and the fellow drivers. But I think it's important that we point out the fact that there was no hate crime. The FBI concluded that, and President Trump was merely saying that Mr. Wallace should agree with that consensus. Yes, Mario. Mario, yes.
Apologize. That's what we're trying to ask you, Kaylee, is to apologize about that.
I'm not going to answer a question a sixth time. Mario.
You've been asked it.
Mario, go ahead.
Kaylee, on the Confederate part, why would the president not praise NASCAR for removing the Confederate flag, particularly given the history of that flag, the symbol that it has for African Americans, and also what it represents in terms of just the treasonous acts and the insurrection against the Republic?
So
why would he not praise them for taking that down?
The president takes great offense when Americans are knee-jerk react as racist. In aggregate, the picture being painted here in this incident seemed to be that there was that suggestion there, when in fact what we're seeing across the nation is this vast cancel culture where we're going to tear down our monuments, we're going to tear down Gandhi, we're going to tear down George Washington, we're going to tear down Lincoln. It's really quite appalling what we've seen happen across. The president wants no part in cancel culture. He wants no part in the tearing down and Baldwin, an abolitionist, Philadelphia's Civil War soldiers, John Greenleaf Whittier vandalized an abolitionist. He wants no part in this. He stands against the nation of Americans, and he stands firmly on the side of preserving our history. Yes.
The flag is a different issue.
He's not, I said from the very top of this briefing, he is not given an opinion one way or the other on that. I just spoke to him this morning. Yes.
What exactly does the president see as positive or uniting then about the Confederate flag? Why did he decide to tweet about it then this morning?
The president never used those words. Those are the words of a reporter, not that of the president of the United States. Yes, Phil.
The president argued on Friday and then again on Saturday. Many of the problems the country faces stem from, quote, extreme indoctrination and bias in the education system. If that's the case, is he working with Secretary DeVos to address what he sees as a major problem? What steps is to undertake this, and could you give us an example?
Yeah, I'd have to think about specific steps that he's taken. I'm not aware of his conversations with Secretary DeVos, but I will certainly follow up. But look, we've got a real problem in this country. When you have rioters, who I've listed off some of the examples of abolition, zero understanding of history when you're defacing the statue of Matthias Baldwin and John Grant. There seems to be a lack of understanding and historical knowledge when the Armenian genocide victims of all crimes against humanity, including slavery, is vandalized. There seems to be a history when the first responders sculpture is damaged, when the Polish War Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial, the World War II Memorial, and absolutely the Robert and the 54th Regiment Washington Memorial that honored African American soldiers who fought valiantly in the Civil War was damaged in Boston. We need to have a better historical understanding, and I'll follow up with you about specific conversations. Yes, Holly.
Thank you, Kaylee. I have a question about masks. The president has sort of equivocated on the issue of masks, and we know that a number of Republicans are starting to say that it's the single most important thing that Americans can do to protect each other. What is the president's message to Americans who hear those messages and say that they simply don't want to wear a mask? What does the president say to those?
The president was very clear last week that if he were in a situation where he wasn't tested daily and he was in close and unable to social distance, that he would wear a mask. So he has made that clear. His rally this weekend in New Hampshire, masks are not only handed out, but they are recommended. Yes.
I wanted to say, first off, point of fact, Bubba Wallace did not make any kind of fault. And I'm wondering, in general, why the president thinks that issue is worth his time and focus right now in the midst of a deadly pandemic. Also, you've said he has no opinion on the Confederate flag. Why can't this White House unambiguously state it supports displays of the Confederate flag?
No, I said...
And much more a part of this question than Gandhi.
Yeah, I said that, you know, his tweet, approval or disapproval of that particular policy of NASCAR. It was an aggregate to stand against the rush to judgment, to call for the facts were out, when clearly the media was wrong about this, when clearly said that. Perhaps one of the reporters said that, but I certainly did not. But he believes that we should be, that the truth matters, and that the truth was the FBI did a thorough investigation, and what was concluded that there was no hate crime here, and we should be grateful for that, grateful that NASCAR, great display of American unity around Mr. Wallace, but then we should also be equally honest about the truth of this situation here, and that most Americans are great, hardworking people. Yes.
His time and focus during the pandemic.
Yes, he's focused on two things at once, something we're all capable of doing.
Confederate flag, are we capable of doing that?
Look, the president is taking a position one way or the other in that tweet.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Thanks, Barry. Two quick questions, if I may. Does the president support the Cleveland Indians and the football team here in Washington considering changing their names?
I've spoken to the president on that.
And the other question came up with the list of historical figures that the president wants honored in his in this garden of statues that he put out this executive order about. Who came up with the list of people to be included there?
So I don't know exactly who came up with that list. I can ask about it, but it's a pretty extraordinary list of people. I think we can all agree on the fact, like Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and Booker T. King Jr. These are incredible men and women in our history. Susan B. Anthony. So I think we can all pretty much widely acknowledge that these are American heroes. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. The president signed the Payroll Protection Program extension over the weekend. There's $132 billion in the pot. What does the president think that money should be for if it's still there after August 8th? And then in a CARES 4 specifically, what should be there to help small businesses?
Yeah, so I don't have any update on Phase 4. I've mentioned that the payroll tax is something of great interest to the president because it would help low and middle income Americans most. The PPP funding, they've done an extraordinary job with that. Small businesses across the country have gotten this, and we've kept people on payroll, so he's very pleased with the progress that's been made there and the continued PPP.
Would you veto a bill then that did not have a payroll tax relief in it?
Yeah, I don't want to set parameters or conditions. That'll be up to the president when the bill arrives on his desk. Yes.
Thank you. As President Trump wants to reopen the country, what will be the criteria to cancel travel bans? Because we know that the bans are still in place for European countries where the situation is under control. And on the other hand, there is no ban on hotspots like Russia, India, or Mexico, for example. So what is the criteria?
Yeah, so I don't have specific criteria to give you. I'd have to refer you to the State Department and Secretary Pompeo and his remarks on the topic during his last press conference as where we currently stand. But President Trump and the administration have taken bold, decisive, and frequent action to secure our homeland, and a big part of that has been restrictions. And we're working with countries around the world. We hope to have a day where international travel is open, but right now, this is about, I want to say this.
Yes. European countries, now the UK, are starting to open for foreign visitors, but the US is still banned. How do you think the world is looking at the United States right now?
I think the world is looking at us as a leader in COVID-19, because the chart I showed you where you have mortality rate in Italy and UK up here and across Europe, and you have the United States at a low case mortality rate, it's because of the extraordinary work that we've done on therapeutics and getting PPE and leading on ventilators and having excess ventilators deploy around the world and help other countries stay on COVID. And finally, I'd end with this. You know, I was asked probably 12 questions about the Confederate flag. This president's focused on action, and I'm a little dismayed that I didn't receive one question that we got in this country this weekend. I didn't receive one question about New York City third straight week, and over the last 7 days, shootings skyrocket by 142%. I didn't receive one question about 5 children who were killed, and I'll leave a dad. It broke my heart. A dad of an 8-year-old lost in Atlanta this weekend. They say, "Black, you killed a child. She didn't do nothing to nobody," was his quote. We need to be focused on securing our streets, making sure no lives are lost, because all Black lives matter. That of David Dorn and that of this 8-year-old girl. Thank you.
Kaylee, we're glad to ask you a ton more questions. We welcome you back. We'll ask you all those
唔好害人啊！好心啊，啲行徑有乜辛苦？日日打黑色衫，我哋嘅後生仔。好心啊，啲行徑天生咁樣，日日爭取下交，爭取下交，又破壞香港。打傳媒，打傳媒，打議員，打議員，打圈仔，打圈仔，打爛呢個家園啊！死黑邊，又唔做嘢，又唔讀書，死黑邊，我嘅唔公義，開一啲睇。我哋全家仔女落校，死黑邊，我冇罪㗎，點解要搞我咧？我哋仇人，行徑日日鬧事，行徑破壞香港法例，行徑破壞香港法，行徑就係我哋仇人，行徑日日鬧事，行徑破壞香港法例，行徑破壞香港法例，香港法例，香港法例。